Hello. Hello. You know what? I look a bit... Hold on. Let me just... One sec. What? No. I just need to turn the ISO back up. Because... I'm too dim. Well, that's better. Focus? How to focus? Let's go explain. So I can, like, stoop forward, you know, and still be in focus. Alright, let's get to work. Yo, Stooge! How's it going? Nice balls. Also, Shori and... Ra works Puzu. How's it going? Athava, how's it going? Let me get my damn hair sorted. Narika, how's it going? Welcome. Can you tell I got a haircut today? I got 1 centimeter taken off. 1 centimeter. In the kitchen. Yes, more feet. More feet. So I'm just gonna turn this heater down a tiny bit. Give me 1 sec. One more sec. Relatively good to go now. Wrong one. There we go. Making some UI and I'm tired, boss. I feel that. That's me when I think about UI. Watch my 7-hour Niagara grid. 2D video today, so I may still learn. I feel like a lot of people have, like... Does that, like, get around or something, that VOD? Because, like, I was filming it for a video. So, like, you know, for like a half hour or an hour-long video that I just never got around to finishing before I had to move. But, like, a lot of people have been like, oh yeah, like, I watched the VOD for that stream, and that's how I learned Niagara Grid. And I'm like, bruh, how do people find, like, a 9-month-old VOD? But it's awesome. I'm glad to help. Yo, a damn ant. A damn ant. How's it going? All right, let's review. Let's review where we are. Fukissimo. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Are you going to continue Niagara tutorial series? Yes. There is heaps to talk about. Namely, Grid 2D, Grid 3D, all of the water-related bullshit that I've done for the Prismatiscape stuff. Wrong map. Oops. Yeah, basically just going over everything that I know. If I know it, then I will show it. Basically. But yeah, going over like all this bullshit. But I'm just a bit, I'm one thing at a time. I'm really terribly bad. Like, ask anyone that knows me personally. Like, oh, is Charlie good at doing, like, you know, 1.5 things at the same time? They'll be like, no. You can only do half a thing at once. So yeah. That's the thing. Video on SEF core simulation. Was that the, what was that again? P... That was up here. World sim data field. Oh, that was a backup. What was this one again? This was the weather, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Honestly, when I do revisit that and do like a full, like, yeah, yeah. What is this? What is this fucked up looking material? Yeah, anyway, we're doing feet today. Back to feet. We're back to feet land. Also, Adam, how's it going? Can I send directly dip down YouTube channel? There's 7 hours Niagara 2D grid tutorial. Why can't I say it? It's in the... It'll be in the live tab. It was a live stream where I was filming the footage to then use in a Niagara Grid 2D video that I never got around to finishing editing. Well, actually, I think Amethyst might have edited it entirely. But then there was a follow-up that we haven't started yet, and yeah. Anyway, feat. Character do feat things, right? I've been here for more than 4 years. I mean, it makes sense. I looked back at, like... I looked at my YouTube channel for the first time in ages. And, like, the devlog series popped up, and it's, like, 5 years ago. And I'm like, wow. That's fucked up. It's been 5 years since I started Devon. That's, like, half a decade. Which is fucked up. Very, very... very fucked up, and I don't like it. Yeah, you're one of the... You were watching Prismatic Dev before it was cool. I was thinking, current stride movement speed per second in the fucking thing. Don't appendage targets. I just want to straight up use the stride movement speed per second and where the hell is it? Let's rotate. That's the height. Is the Z of here. Make leg go up less if smaller. If steps smaller than reference. So wait, if this is 0, that means not 0, right? That means like, yeah, in the pelvis. Okay. So that means that this bad boy needs to go into here. So we want step length warp factor, and then we also... Well, step length warp factor. That should just be like... kind of dependent on the movement speed per second anyway. We don't really care if the steps are getting smaller. No, I guess so. Shiran, hello. Cordial greetings to thee. How are you today? And tell you with something difficult? I am. I am quite. As per usual. Let's start with 100. Yeah, something needlessly difficult, but needlessly... not needlessly rewarding. Something needlessly difficult, but worth the effort, I guess. And then we also do that with the... Yeah, no, let's just do that for now. Yeah, so wait, if I was setting that to 0, is he just going to stand and then fall over? Yes, cool. Well, I don't know why... If he was set to... Oh wait, do we have a target velocity? Yes, that's the... Well, no, that's not target velocity, that's the... And we use the target velocity in somewhere. I believe it's in here. Nope. In here. Target stride velocity, sorry. To do some rotationating. Which means that if we aren't setting that... Oh no, we are doing that based on the lean. Based on the blah blah blah. but then we're always setting that to 0. The step length is 20. Stabilization strength is 1. And if I just go to the random thingo. Okay. Yeah, I was doodling around just for like, you know, I'll put it up even more for now. But in the initialization of the appendagios, I've made the feet big and square. Also because I've disabled collision between all of the feet and stuff. So like they can do this and like clip together, and it's totally happy to do that. Oh, there is also another thing that happens at the very start, but none of the debugs are showing it, so it's probably not a big deal. But yeah, so basically we can make the feet bigger just to get the stabilization, like, just to check if it's working before we dick around with everything else. So if I put the stabilization strength at 2, then we should be counterbalancing using our doodads to match, I believe it's the red is the target lean, and the yellow is the actual up vector. So it's pretty bang on. And that's using... This is also using 0 corrective forces. Like, I don't think there's anything... Yeah, nothing adding torque there, and nothing adding torque here. So this is all, like, proper raw dog balance right now. Now, the one thing... First video I watched is how to make stylized grass in UE5. Yeah, that one was a bit of a banger. Did you manage to get the character's feet balanced? Yeah, so there was some issues with, like, exploding because the feet were... Well, for one, the feet were too... light. And for some reason... I guess it must... I don't know what was happening, but because the feet weighed, like, 0.5 kilogram, they were getting penetrated into the ground. And then when I set their weight to 2 kilograms, all of a sudden they're like rock solid again. And then the other thing was, yeah, the weight of the I guess the leg pistons. So now they're nice and weighty. Watch out. Ooh. Just ignore that. Off he goes. Yeah, if I overtune this stabilization strength, it just gets a bit... Yeah, it gets very oscillaty. Because it is only a P controller. Like, purely just a proportional thing. So, I don't know, I'm setting it to, like, pretty low for now. I don't know, maybe 2 is good. But the thing is, right, once we start walking... We need to disable it. because we want flat feet on the ground, which, when this is set to 0, the feet will just match the floor, which is what we want when we're running, right? Yeah, I can't see it there, but yeah, the feet will just like match the tilt of the floor. Well, not the tilt of the floor, but the tilt of the floor combined with the tilt of the character. So if I have it like actually stabilizing, and then I like, you know, tilt this, then the character will still, you know, follow the target lean that I'm just randomly setting and whatnot. And, you know, be totally happy with that. Oh, and then he falls. Haha. Sorry to interrupt. I've started following very recently. Love the live section content, but don't know what you're currently working on. Could you summarize? So this is what I'm currently working on. And I only work on stream nowadays, for better or worse. But it's currently like a character movement system that actually like moves using legs, and it's a follow-up to this old experiment we did for character movement, but it was based on like an omnidirectional unicycle kind of approach, which was, yeah, like a ball on a sphere, which worked really well. I was quite happy with, you know, where it was going. You know, like it feels responsive. It feels like the character has momentum. You can like ram into stuff and push things along, you know, like physically. You can like tether characters together. That's the wrong button. Can tether characters together and do that kind of stuff. Oops, I clicked the wrong button again. I clicked the explode button. So yeah, basically this was like good. I keep clicking the ground. I meant to click the people. Click the damn people. Person people. Oh my god, okay, I've got the worst pointer aim in the game. Yeah, but it didn't work very well on slopes. Well, like, it worked well moving on slopes, but it couldn't stand still on slopes because spheres have an infinitesimal small point of contact with a flat surface, so it was all a bit fucky, and then steps just didn't really work. It was just never gonna... It just never would have worked. So then I thought, okay, well, what if we replaced the ball doing this with, like, just feet that do this? So, like, it's still the same concept. Pretty much the exact same concept, but just with kind of, it's like bike pedals, but they are the wheel, in a way. I think I forgot to mention something else back then. Can't do the bones. Wait there. What's if you were inside a sphere? And though how you understand something better. Plus project, auto balance model, helps. It works as though it's in a sphere. I think I get what you mean. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is getting there. So now all I want to do is set up our controllers. So I think what I want to do is, based on whether we are trying to move or not, We'll go from 0, yeah, to like... And I think we need a tiny bit of stabilization. So we'll do that at 0. Well, no, actually, at 0 movement speed. Blah, 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 blah. Then it... Yeah. But maybe we do just go to complete 0. Well, no, because we probably need some amount. You know what? We'll go 0 for now. And then the step length is, yeah, proportional to the speed we want to go. Cool. So then, and that's just set to 0 now, so we want to do this. We have our upper vector. We want to remain upright. We want to blah, 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 blah. We're going to keep leaning until we are at our target velocity, so that's an acceleration. This will then... Yeah, our acceleration directly affects our lean. I'm just deriving the Z because for the sake of debug lines, not actually used lemao. So I'm going to yeet that into there. And then that should give us our lean vector. So wait, where is it right now? No, stop doing that, bro. No, you know, you're bad. You're being naughty. Do that. If I go... Okay, so my input isn't getting input. Smooth target velocity is getting set to 0 somewhere. Right here. Smooth target velocity should be target movement vector XY. And that... Yeah, that's getting set in the player controller. Physics mode, like inside sphere, if the root rotates, the force breaks all, like unlimited force. The root rotates. I haven't run into that yet. Not quite yet. So if we said go this way... Oh, look, he's walking. Okay, cool. Where we go... Wait, no, that's backwards. I can't fucking see anything, though. Because I'm, like, behind the character, you know? Okay, the lean is... Okay, let's just go sideways. So then he's saying target lean there. That's our current lean. We're trying to make it to that. So to do that, we're going to lean that way. But you can see that the feet are like, you know. Which I think the feet also need to be on a PID. Target lean vector, and then we've got this here as the current. That's the target. Yeah, currently here, I'm just... Well, that was just for a debug, which I don't use currently. And that's our stabilization strength there. So I think that this needs to be... actually using the output of this to do that. And that's set pretty chill. That essentially does that and that, but it has some damping, which is likely what we need. So if I then did this and I said, you bitch, if I did that and then I said, don't move, stop moving, it's banned, then we should, what the fuck? No, that's not, no, stop it, stop it. Is that because this? Does it just need to be slower? No, stop doing that. Oh my god. Alright, well if I did this again. I think it was Chrissy crossed. And then we unrotate the vector, and then we give it the thing and the thing. And no, it should be this way. Probably. I don't know, honestly. Yeah, okay. So if we just give it the pure like proportions, then it's just gonna tilt the feet instantaneously, which we don't want. We also don't want it to just be smooth. We want it to be like, you know, we're trying to lean to the left, you know. Yeah, so what would that look like? Target minus current. We should be able to just put this. Let's turn the derivative down and the proportional down. Or the derivative off proportional down. And then we'll just see if this gives us the same... Oh, fucking... No, oh my god. Unreal, why'd you do this? Lodaz, how's it going in one word? Yes, it is going. No, honestly, it's progressing. Yep. Always a crash. Luckily, I save every, like, 3 seconds. Okay, that was better. Oh, P. So I go... No, stop. Okay, stop trying to fall over, you piece of garbage. I mean, I say it was better, but it just fucking... So that was, yeah, target current, blah, 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 stabilization of strength, do the thing. So again, this is our baseline, where it's like, hey, you're going really fucking... But we want to get to that point, essentially smoothing it. So we do this. Well, hold on, if the proportional was set to 1, it should essentially be instantaneous. Because the proportional is the... So that's the error multiplied by delta time. That's the accumulated error for the I controller. The summation is the error. It's error over time. Which that's the difference, right? Dinner was playing around with the Prismatiscape, trying to run in multiplayer local simulations for both. Doesn't need to be replicated, just visual. If you're doing it on one machine, like if you're doing it, you know, with the multiplayer emulation in Unreal, they'll both be trying to write to the one, like the render target exists per machine or per instance of the engine. There is a setting in something. to do with multiplayer. Fuck, where is it? There's some settings somewhere about running multiple instances of the engine when you click play, or like, you know, standalone game. It might be an editor settings, editor preferences, instance, multiplayer. I know it's somewhere. Ah, here we go. Run under one process, untick that. Spawn multiple player windows in a single instance of UE. This will load much faster, but has potential to have more issues. Yep. So yeah, if you untick this, you can do it in editor, but it will take a little while to load because it has to open up the engine twice, essentially. But yeah, that's a very common thing, so I should probably have that in an FAQ somewhere. So wait, what's the man doing? So that's our... Oh no, that's not our baseline. Okay, so that's with a PID at 1. Okay, so if I then said 0.5, is that just going to do the less of an angle? Yeah. Is it less of an angle, or does it smooth it more? No, I guess if we had a cumulative angle. But I guess that's what the damping should kind of do. So if I have that higher than the... Yeah. Yeah, right, because this is saying... Well, you know what? I could do something like this, like accumulate the pitch balance offset. For Gizmo, I'm gonna ask where this true physical idea came from. Very weird but interesting idea. Kind of just came to me in a dream, you know? Nah, I mean, I've always been interested in, like, the... You know, like, Breath of the Wild and, like, games that have, like, lots of physics stuff. Exanima is, yeah, a good example of, like, just... I don't know. I feel like Exanima... And, like, don't get me wrong, I'm a big Exanima fan. But I feel like the approach in that game is, like... It's interesting. It's definitely a choice. But yeah, like just... When I was doing regular character movement stuff, just having stuff like... For example, let's say we were, like, balancing on a log, right? And we're a character. And if you're just using the regular character movement component, you would just, like, you'd do this, right? You'd go, ooh, yeah, cool, sweet. And, like, this wouldn't actually move at all, even if it was physically simulated. And so, like, you have to start doing all these, like, kind of fake workarounds. Like, okay, whenever we're moving as a character, then we take some fraction of the velocity or acceleration that we have to manually calculate the acceleration of the character. And when we move forward, we apply some fraction of that acceleration to the ground that we were on. So then it would then push this backwards as we walk off it. But then because we're just like, you know, the character is kinematic and the physics is physics, like forces don't really apply to the kinematic character in the same way. And so you can end up, you know, the more of these kind of fake physics layers, like, you know, when you jump, you know, to jump as a kinematic character, it's literally just, okay, add some upward velocity, and then it's just, yeah, get the location, set the location, set the location, set the location, you know, and keep adding gravity to that and whatever. And so then you're like, okay, well, when we jump, let's get the floor, like trace the floor, see if it's a physical object. If it is, when we jump, add a like downward force to it. And that's essentially what the kinematic character does with weight as well. Like the capsule has weight. So it just got really annoying trying to like, you know, do a bunch of like hacky things to then... So I just thought, you know what, this is getting out of control. Even things like having characters knock each other back or, you know, bump into each other is like just sort of impossible with kinematic character movement without heaps and heaps of like game logic. So I just figured, you know what, I'll move it to the physics engine. And the physics engine basically does everything in parallel, and it like, you know, octree bullshit. It only queries the neighboring thingos, and yeah. Skeptic Believer, thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? What were you working on? I shall. Thank you very much. I hope you had a great one. Lordras, on topic, what was the best physics game you've ever played? Fuck. Oh god, I'm trying to think. There were like heaps of awesome physics games, like on Miniclip and stuff. Oh, probably Dust. Or no, Powder... Was it called Powder? No, it was called Dan Ball. Made like a Java thing called Dust. And it was like a Noita simulation, but like 20 years ago. And it was so good. Oh, good, Skeptic. Have a good one, have a good one. Have a good rest. LiDAR tiles with mask in Houdini to Unreal. That sounds way above my pay grade. So we probably need this stabilization strength to happen post variable. Because we want to be able to just turn it off without affecting the intent of it, I guess. Well, no, maybe we want to. I mean, eventually you start to get it though, you know? Eventually it'll all click and you'll just be like, you'll be like the Bob Ross of Unreal. Should it be... Yeah, no. Well... Stabilization strength, if we set that to 0. Yeah, no, well, this has to be post this guy. So we want to, but then that'll do it twice as fast. Let's just set this to 1 for now. You know, let's go make literal, no, literal float. Thank you. And we'll chuck you into there. Set to 1. We're going to get, you know what, I'll just unhook it. So you are the pitch balance offset. We're gonna add over time. And then we're going to get the roll balance offset. And we're going to add you over time. And so, yeah, this PID controller is essentially, instead of setting an explicit thingo. No, stop that. Let's go, yeah, 0.1, 0.1. This will be accumulating the balance offset. So this, yeah, determines the rate of change of the balance offset. If I said go this way, okay, that's a bit fucked up. We'll go way less. 0.1, question mark. I feel like that's the wrong way around. Oh, no. Oh, 0.1? That is, yeah, just 1 getting added. Getting added in degrees as well. Maybe that is what we want. Maybe we want to... No, it shouldn't matter. I mean, look, it is balancing. But then as I say target lean that way, it gets really fucking angry. As a reminder, this is how it was just before. Roll, pitch, roll. So yeah, when we do it like this, it's completely proportional to the target lean. So if the lean is 45 degrees, then the feet will go 45 degrees, you know, like bam. Or forward. Or backward. Or, you know, side, you know, all that good shit. If we're doing this, we want to add it over time. Bam, bam. And so we just want a lot less, which this is should be doing. It is. I mean, this is just going to fall over now, but okay, so maybe a bit more than that. 0.01, 100th per thinger. Okay, so that, yeah, it does it, but obviously it'll build up momentum and then, oh, wrong button. Okay, but it is behaving better, right? It just needs damping, which is what tuning is for. So again, we're just doing let's do our random lean target. Okay, so not quite. I mean, it's getting there, but yeah, the wrong one. This one here. The derivative factor needs to go up so that it knows when to like kind of lay off the thingoing. Target lean, current lean. Yeah. Not quite. If I have the derivative and that the same, that should be over damped. Okay, not terrible. That's saying, okay, yeah, current lean, target lean. Give us the thingo. Can I have the derivative higher than the proportional? I can, and that's over down. So we're still getting oscillation though. But you can see that, yeah, the current lean is... It's going towards the target. The red is the target. The yellow is the thingo. If I have it too dampened, what happens? Because like it needs to be, like if I just make it a bit more erratic, double the like kind of change in leaning and whatnot. So this should go way faster. Which like it is sort of stable-ish. It is trying. I mean, it's pretty decent. It just, yeah, okay. Once it gets to a point... Well, once it gets to a point, that's when we'd start moving our feet, right? Like moving our legs around. I wonder if... So, let me think about this again. The derivative is... Is there... Oh. Derivative should be our error of this frame minus the previous error. So the change of rate in error, we then... That's our derivative. And then it'll get summed. So that just means that yeah, it's essentially damping, but it can go like all the way up to... Well, okay, it can't go up to 1, and it can't go above 1. Otherwise, well, okay, seems like it's skitzing anyway. Yeah. Because if the error is like nearly 0 and we're adding like a tiny amount. Yeah. Oh, bit shaky, bit shaky. But is that because the proportional is too low? Or do we just need... Because, like, we want it to happen fast, but we don't want it to overshoot. That's also... How the fuck's it doing there? If we had it like this, it would be too... Yeah. The other thing is, like, the target lean... Well, I mean, honestly, the target lean should probably be smoothed anyway. Like, pre-PID. Because, like, with the... with this example, the lean is... constantly, like, shifting. You know? Like, it's smoothly going from, like, here to there, and whatnot. It just looks so angry. If I just go back to, like, raw dogging it, right? Which is like, this is like, yeah, the... Just take... actually, no, this will blow it up. If I stop accumulating it, if we just have it as, like, a static... You know, this is the angle the feet should be at. Then, like, that's like, way better, right? But that's only because the target lean is being smoothed. Smoothed. That's set to 2, I think. Was that set to... I mean, it should be set to 2. So, I don't know, maybe we don't even need a PID controller for it. As long as, like, because, like, again, if we do this, and it's like, hey, like, the target is straight up, and then, if we go to left, bam. It's like, it's just way too fucking fast. You know? Also, why is that not... Oh, right, it's supposed to derive the Z for the thingo. Guarantees the physical options of the motor through multiprocessing slightly increases the number of steps by default. It's a disaster. Yeah. Look, Unreal's a bit of a disaster in general. We all know it. Alright, let's go Delta. What the fuck? No, what are you doing? You are the Delta, interp speed, you go there, and then you go into... Well, again, this is just doing that, so that's fine. So this is just like the... Oh, well, the target lean needs to start up. You start up. Okay. I mean, let's... It's never getting back to... Is that just because it's so... Target? This guy. Think of people saying that about Unreal. Ever spent any time in Unity? I haven't. I hear it's not that much better though. See, okay, here's the thing though. Once the lean is... No, it should be the difference between them. That should be, yeah. I mean, look, once we're past our fulcrum, we're kind of dead, but... Yeah, it's always the difference between current lean and target lean. Which, I don't know, maybe that's not even that... No, I think this is the better approach. To have the accumulated... It's just about finding the right numbers. PID. Oh my god, stop it. Derivative too high. Right, see, okay, then we just get too much oscillation without any derivative. Sorry, I was just saying, still working on talks, any buoyancy? Just, yeah, kind of talking the feet. Walking and talking. I'm just trying to get, like, a good one of these going. But it is harder than I would like. Which is to be expected, obviously. We're trying to do an accumulated. See, there's just so much fucking... I also don't even know... No, this is definitely... If I do this, it will just, like, flop on its face and die. Also, I haven't done any Unity. Yeah, okay, so it is going the right way. I've never... Unreal's the only game engine that I've used in my relatively short game dev adjacent work. Lean vector. Target. I could also, you know, I could double this just so it's like less of a giga lean. So it's like, oh yeah, let's go that way. Cool. Alright, okay, there's less oscillation, well, there's smaller oscillations now. But it is more stable. Like, once I pass this fucked up threshold, it will actually correct itself, like, in advance, almost. I mean, look, that's the best it's gotten so far. It's just a little bit bouncy. But, I mean, look, for something that is, like, Has no additional forces on it. Pretty fucking good. So what's that? Let's take a note. 0.01, 0.1, P. D. Most stable yet. So, I think we want this stabilization strength at the end. And it should never go above 1. It should just be a 0 to 1 fella. So that one go there. You're going to be -1, and then you're going to disappear. Wyatt, how's it going? First round I've been to catch in months. I haven't streamed in like 6 months. Actually, I haven't streamed really since November last year. I think this is my 9th day, my 9th stream back in action. Right, so this here, okay, that's like the yeah, it's a multiplier for the final thing. So that should be able to taper off. But do I want it? No, I guess it'll have to accumulate again when we disable it again. Okay, now it's getting fucked because I'm pretty sure this is getting set to not 1 in here. No, not here. Determine balance, maybe. Down here, stabilization should be 1 to 0. Dang. And then the... Oh, that's always set to 0. Okay, cool. Because, yeah, when we're planted, stabilize, you know? Wow, that actually works, like, surprisingly well. Like, the moment, right? How do you pause? How the fuck do you... What's pause? No fucking... Okay, cool. Thanks. Well, I guess okay, so the moment when it, like, does this, and it's already, like... pre-leaned this way. So that's the PID controller in action. Very smart. I'm such a smarty. Such a smart little boy. Alright, so now... I wonder if this is also helping. The smoothed target lean vector. I'm guessing that's doing something. Oh yeah, okay, fuck. Right. Well, that's... Jesus Christ. Maybe I'll just keep that like that. Smooth it before this. But what if I don't... I mean, it's not the worst thing to smooth the target that's going into the thing. Just to keep, like, explosive values away. Although it is very... slow to get back. But I guess maybe that's fine. What if it was higher? What if it was like 5? Okay, stop like gigaspazzing. Okay, it's still like, yeah. I mean, look, I guess it is a non-linear interpolate, so. If I did that, but then halved this, so I've doubled that, halved this, is that gonna... Okay, now I can just slow down on the P factor. I could also, if we're like losing balance, right? I could also stick a leg out. Can I double the derivative on that? Like, is that all it's really doing? I also need to do a max... I don't know if it's like a max... here? I mean, yes. Yeah, you know what, we'll do it here. Clamp. Negative 40. You know, we'll go above 45. We'll go negative 60. Positive 60. Just so our feet stop, like, flipping over. So they can't, like, yeah, do fucked up shit. At least not too fucked up. But yeah, like, the quicker this is... Why are you leaning like that? Like, you're supposed to be going this way. That's too much jiggle. It's still very, like, fast. Is that because of the derivative factor? Is there such thing as just a D controller? Okay, that is pretty good now. Yeah, okay. You know, we'll keep it at that for now. Okay, so then in order to walk, we take our up vector, our lean, and we want to correct the lean to be straight up. So this is what is driving it. This is how we are trying to correct this. So this gives us an error, and then we have to use that error to drive correction, and then it will feed back in a loop, and this will manage the error correction, basically. You know, it's like in an oven. Like an oven uses a PID controller, right? Because it's like, oh, fuck, the oven needs to be like, you know, 180 or 200 degrees. And it's like, all right, well, we need to get it up to 200 degrees like fucking as quick as possible. So we're gonna just like blast the heating element at like 400 degrees. Because we need to heat all the air up in the thing. But it's like, if it just stayed on 400 degrees, then the whole thing would, you know, like if the element was just set to 200, then it would take ages to preheat the oven. So it can just be like, fuck yeah, like let's just smash it out 400 degrees. And then as it starts getting up and like the acceleration of the temperature, then it's like, fuck, better slow down. And then it'll slow itself down to 200. You know, as it gets to the thing. Anyway, that's my TED talk. So, let's see. Current stride movement speed per second. As we go to like 50 units, we probably want to stop doing this part. I also, maybe I should like cap the rate. But can I do that? That would be... I guess that's what the thing is, right? So if now we go... Yeah, now it's walking. To some degree. It's going a bit fast. Let's just go... Let's just start going forward, right? Also, he's going to keep rotating funny, so... We need to... I'm going to do this, but only in the Z, so that he just faces forward. No, okay. So what that means, if we go forward, oh, hold on. Maybe we'll just start him on a tiny lean. Okay, so we go forward. You know what, I want to rotate this camera so that I can... We'll make it isometric, just so I can see what forward looks like. Player test. Viewport, spring arm, 45. Okay, that's forward. So yeah, okay, he's going backwards by default for some reason. I want you to go forward. Forward. No, fucking... Okay. Something silly's happening. It's because... Also, can you guys see this coming together? Like, you're watching it in real time. Like, this is gonna... Give me, like, another hour. And we're gonna be face planting. And, like, fucking dying in funny ways. So let's do that. Target stride velocity XY. And then current stride movement speed. Stabilization strength should be maybe up until... Yeah, even like 10 units. Current step length, 20 to 120. Let's also put this down to 80. So we're going to be taking lots of tiny little steps. Okay, maybe a bit. Well, no, that's fine. So then this just needs to go higher. Okay, look at that. So that's a good start, right? He's stable at first. Right? We're stable. We want to go forward. He leans forward and just fucking eats shit. Yeah. So then we need to we need to move his feet. Although I just want to set up some more debug. And you know what? Let's zoom the camera in a tiny bit. We'll give it a smaller field of view. We're going like ortho on this shit, you know? Oh yeah, we're really orthograting. They call me the orthographer. Yeah, me when I really need to pee. Sonic the Hedgehog with problems. Yeah. Yeah, basically. So... the fuck am I doing again? Right. So this is the acceleration... stride... acceleration. Which I might just... I might actually save that. Stride acceleration. Is that how acceleration's 2 C's, 1 L, right? That's acceleration XY. And then we add that to be this guy. And this shit is all this shit stuff. Cool. Alright, let's go to our debugs. Also, there's going to be an ad in 5 minutes, so we'll try hammer these out before then. Stride-related things. We have a blue line from our feet, or from 80% of the anus floor distance. So this is target stride velocity, which is stride velocity. We also want to chuck one down for the acceleration. Keep in mind the surface ejection force from the foot collision causes a lot of vibration in the physics system and causes some pain with the method you're using. Yeah, it does balance out relatively well. But yeah, you can see like they do sink in a tiny bit. But it hasn't become a problem yet. It was when the feet only weighed, I think their mass was set to like 0.5, and then they would sink in a lot. But if I set them in our appendage initializations, foot mesh, yeah, so they're now 2 kilos. If I set it to like, because initially I wanted it to be like as light as it could be. Yeah, if they're like this light, then they do sink. I'm guessing because there's stuff up here that's like sinking them in. But then if I set them to be like really heavy, then they're like pretty rock solid. The rocking back and forth is just from my controller, my lean controller oscillating. Probably needs more damping. So I think 2 kilos or even 1 kilo might be enough. Nah, two's kind of the sweet spot. I also like, they usually won't be 20 units big. They'll be a lot more foot-shaped. But yeah. I also might set that clamp to like 45. I think 45 is like reasonable. Look at this tech. The oh, the quap tech. Yeah, so at that point, once... Well, okay. Do I... Forward vector... Oh, you know what I'm not doing? Because I'm dumb as fuck. I want to actually, like... put fucking values in here. Should probably turn that into a 2D. To vector 2D. Vector to 2D. There we go. What color is acceleration? When you guys hear acceleration or stride acceleration, what color? Maybe it is a green. Green for go. White stripe? Green? Yeah, I was thinking green. Yellow is more velocity to me, you know? Because, like, velocity, vector... Or, I don't know, maybe location is yellow to me. Red goes fast? That's true, that's true. Stride excel, stride vel. That should be an X, Y to 2D. So now we've actually got some values, although I'd probably want to set them apart. So stride velocity can go further down, and this one can go further up. Yeah. There we go. Stride acceleration, stride velocity. Cool. And yeah, the stride velocity is so fucking minimal. Anyway, there's an ad about to play. I'm going to pee and get a snack, and then we continue with the actual walking of the walking thing. Fun times. Alright, BRB. Hello, I'm back. And my mouth is full of biscuits. Okay, let's continue. What the fuck were we doing? We were doing some real bullshit. Alright. Okay, so now we've got our target velocity, which I want to, again... The thing is with this kind of system is, we debug the fuck out of it. Like, we need to know everything that's going wrong. Which is a lot. Trust me. We can do this to 2D, because we're only concerned with the two important dimensions. Hey Karate, how's it going? Also Crafted, welcome, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. It's going good. I'm going good, more importantly. But the feat is actually like it's like almost Like, people told me, man, you'll never do anything. And I mean, look, they're probably right, but we... Absolute fail. What was that? What do you mean you slipped? Are you okay? You sure? Do you need help getting up? Is it because you're wearing socks? Yeah. Whoops. She's fine. She's fine. Gotta watch out for booby traps. Exactly. Exactly. So this is the target velocity, which velocity's total. No, maybe velocity is like orange. If location is yellow, location's yellow, velocity is orange, acceleration is red. And then the... What comes after acceleration? Like, what's the derivative of acceleration called? Like the rate of change of acceleration? Surely it has like a re-acceleration or something, right? Someone across the video explaining simulating coherence maybe you'll see this method tonight. I thought you might get interested. Yeah, me and Amethyst saw one of his videos. We've been running our TV from a computer, which is like the best decision we've ever made. Because fuck smart TV OSs and whatever. So like all we do is watch YouTube. But yeah, saw like one of his videos and I was like, oh yeah, it sounds like that's like exactly right up my alley. And yeah, like loved it. Really, really cool. I love logistics. Like logistics is one of my fucking nerdgasm things. So yeah, I'm already well informed. It's called jerk or sometimes jolt. Delta. Okay. Yeah, jolt. Right, yeah, because jolt is like, if your acceleration just goes poof, then it's like big jerk. Okay. Then what's the derivative of jerk or jolt? What's the double delta acceleration? What's that useful for? That would give you the... I don't know. How many... How many derivatives deep do you need to go before you get useless information? You know what? I'm kind of... No, fuck off. Just... Yeah, whatever, Steam. Go away. I want to see. Derivative of acceleration. The rate of time is called jerk. Rate of the rate at which acceleration changes. And then the derivative of jerk is called snap or jounce. The derivative of jerk represents the rate of change of jerk with respect to time. There's also a second derivative of acceleration, third derivative of velocity, the fourth derivative of position. Okay, then what's the derivative of snap? Or what's the sixth derivative of position? this is called pop. Measures the rate of change of crackle. Fifth derivative. Oh, right. Snap, crackled, pop. Fucking physicists. Fucking dumbass. Jokes. Virgin mode today? Hell yeah. Welcome to the YouTube. You ever jerk so hard you snap your jounce? Nothing. Nothing. I didn't say anything. No, we're talking about physics. I swear. We're talking about physics. You guys are gonna get me in trouble. Alright, absolute velocity is orange. And we also want this to be... Well, if it... you know, we can go plus 20. So then we've got absolute velocity, target velocity, stride acceleration, stride velocity. What? Yes, I do have the hairbrush. It's right there. Keep it where? What? Oh, so I'm not allowed to keep my own hairbrush on my own desk for when I want to brush my own hair. Hmm? Hmm? Can't you get your own hairbrush? Jeez. Golly gosh. Character absolute velocity. Where am I? Where? Oh, I want to be adding that here. I don't believe in hairbrushes in the... When are you ever going to brush your hair in the bathroom? Oh, you don't brush it after a shower. No, you brush your hair at the front door. It should be like in the keys bowl. Or the hairbrush should be with the shoes. You know, do you guys agree? Can we get a show of hands? Hairbrush in the shoes? Modern worlds require modern solutions. Yeah. Yep. Alright, calc center of gravity. Character absolute velocity is, well, just that. Alright, but then I wanted it smoothed for reasons. Character center of gravity. So that is the center of gravity minus... So this is new center of gravity. New center of gravity. Minus... So the old minus the new. Delta world gives us the new velocity. And then we smooth that because, well... we smooth it, and then that gives us the, yeah. Keep the hairbrush in your hair at all times. That's actually kind of smart. Okay, now we're getting, so why does this think that we're in fuck mode? Because the absolute velocity is getting... It starts at 0. And then the target would be So on the first frame, this minus new this. So that's where I do a thing here. Let's do set absolute velocity to 0. Although that should get... Yeah, no, that should get done. Okay, now it's stable. So now we have, ooh, velocity. Ooh. So then the stride... Shit. Wait, so why is that actually... Oh, so that's pointing the wrong way. Yeah, no, I fucked that up. It's supposed to... Blah, 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 blah. This should be that. Right? Recently cut all my hair off, so hairbrush is for beard when wet now. That's fair, that's fair. That'll be me soon. I'm gonna be a bold Chad. Okay, so that's the... Well, I guess the velocity being that smooth is probably good. Because if I... Yeah. Cool. Alright, so what do we got? Target lean, current lean. Then we've got target velocity here. The absolute velocity here. Maybe I should call that current velocity. Although, okay, there's a difference between current absolute and current relative velocity. Because if we're on a treadmill, our absolute velocity is 0. But relative to the thing that's moving, it's like, well, it's not. But we'll tackle that when we get to it. So, basically what we need to do now, we can do this. We can go forward and, like, eat shit and die. Although I kind of want the... That's just doing a Z, yeah. I wonder, can I make that even more? Or is that going to start oscillating back and forth? No, that's pretty good. Okay. Balance. It's balancing time. Although I kind of want this, the balance PID, to be even lower. It just goes too fucking... Is it because I... Well, I guess I'm converting it to degrees here. Then adding them all together. Maybe I should be adding it as a vector. I mean, that's not too bad. That's pretty balancy. Yep, it'll fall over. Yep. Oh, fuck, that's hella stable, actually. Except when it fucks itself, but... Maybe I can go like 0.00... Wait, what if the P proportional factor is at 0? What does that give us? Can we just have a D controller? That doesn't make sense. Well, I mean... But what's that giving us? PID controller with only D. A pure D controller looks at the rate of change, slope of your error, and applies a control effort to actively resist that change, acting like a brake. Pure D controller. So that's just damping, but that doesn't make fucking sense. Well, I guess in that case, where we're already... Right, because our lean moves. Right, but then it's gonna... Okay, yeah. So we definitely need some P. Always need some P. To keep it upright. Otherwise, it will never reach... Yeah. I mean, fuck, that's good. Pretty good. You know what I'm not looking forward to is like when we have to rotate the character. Because what we'll need to do if we want to rotate the character, we have to like let's say we're walking like this. If we want to turn the character around, we need to apply a constant rotation to the foot in the opposite direction to then move our character like that, but only to the foot that's planted, you know? So that's like a whole thing. Okay, so let's get walking. So we have our up vector. We want to reach. We have our current lean. We want to reach upness. We want to reach up dog. So we use this controller to be like, hey, you need to like fucking start moving your feet, you know? So what's this doing? Well, we have the stride acceleration. And it's fucking doing nothing, brother. It's doing nothing. So we need a proportional factor. Let's start at like 10, right? Proportional factor 10. Oh, well, I saw it move. I saw the acceleration move. Here. Let's do it backwards. Acceleration moves. It needs to go way faster. Physical materials, auto eliminate parts of physics become... Yeah, I've set one up for the ground to have no restitution and to have high friction. Just while we're testing. But obviously we want it to like take into account, you know, slippery things and to be able to kind of slip around on ice and whatnot. Show me the grid 2D prelim posted before. Could you outline it here? I just don't have Discord open at the moment. Oh my god, what is... Sorry, that's right. Okay, that's too much. That's 100. Let's go like... Well, okay, I could do one and then boost it on the output. Maybe. Can the D probably shouldn't go past 1, right? Huh. Alright, go away, Steam. Why is my Steam even open? Exit. Target 0. Not exactly the same thing you wanted? In what regard? Do you mean like a walker? Oh, that was pretty decent. Let's go 15. Pretty good, pretty good. Go sideways. Okay, quite angry. Quite angry there. We'll go backwards. Okay, okay. We need to go faster. Wait, what's our target strike? Oh no, that's just this one. Yeah, yeah. Oh, right, MCA. Okay, okay. How many NPCs are you shooting for with this? I don't know, 100? Maybe 100. I have thought about running it with an ECS to some degree. But that's on screen. Like, you know. When they're off screen, they'll probably use like a simplified one. Which might just be like a little hover capsule and whatnot. And then 2 or 3 screens away, they just become like a piece of data that just gets a periodic update. Okay, so why does he go backwards? Let's see. Stride velocity, stride excel. Just trying to go that way. And then he comes back this way for some reason. Is it just because he's trying to go too fast? Or is it that our stabilization toggles off too quickly? The thing is, if I keep the stabilization on the whole time, then we start to get like, yeah, we start to like zhuzh off into the distance, which isn't ideal. So what's our dealio here? So when do we lose balance? Well, I guess because when once we're moving... Oh, fuck, you know what else it might be? It might be the damping. I set the damping really high. Somewhere. Damn, let's try that at like fucking... Well, okay, let's say that's 1 in there. I've basically sometimes my play of scrolling the grid 2D in the opposite direction to keep a world aligned, but I can't solve the very choppy scrolling. When I scroll, snap to whole grid cells. Choppy scrolling. You need to move like all location-based stuff in that kind of... So like instead of tying the sim directly to your player, you need to tie it directly to the nearest, like, quantized grid position that your player would be in. Is 1 damping very high? Yeah, yeah. It is, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. No, I think for angular, 1 is okay. Tight teat. Where the hell? Here. Let's make bigger steps firstly. Okay, maybe not that big. Why? What the f- Huh? Okay, that's odd. Okay, why is he like gigaskitzing now? Is it? Wait, did I set that? Yeah, I did set that. If I just put this to 0, right? This will mean that the character doesn't do any feet stabilizing. Like they'll just keep leaning. This will only solve using feet movement. I feel like we're getting like motor fuck. Like it was pretty decent just before. But yeah, I feel like our motors are doing some funk. Let's drop that back up to 10. Capsule, blah 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 blah. Appendages are. Let's set them to 5 kilos. Yeah, now they're just too fat. There is one other thing I need to tone down again. Wait, where'd the leg collision go? Foot, joint, foot, leg mesh. 2 kilos. Faster steps bounce a lot. Well, it shouldn't be, because I can tether the character real quick. I do this. Hello, Miguel. So we'll lock the character up here, and the character should always be moving. Okay, let's just ignore that. Let me just set the target velocity to forward. Yeah, so oops, wrong button. This is just gonna keep building up. So yeah, the character should always. Okay, why is that? Should always be going flat with the ground. Especially if that's set to 0. Why is he not? Character move pitch. Character movement pitch. Why is that 0? movement pitch. Where do I do all the slope shit? Character movement pitch is our up vector smooth target velocity XY. Smooth target velocity XY. Right, in the balance I'm doing... Right, okay, let's just do that. And then over here, set it to go forward. Okay, there we go. So the feet should always be... Okay, well, once they start going that fast... So, okay, the feet are moving flat against the ground. Ideally. Oh, except when they fucking weren't, you know? That. Why are they... Well, I guess just because they're going so fucking fast. We also need just a quick little thing. Current stride movement speed per second needs to be clamped at like 400 or something. Whatever the running speed is. For now. Yeah, that should always be flat. Okay, see there, that's weird. Wait, is that because it's the pitch relative to the movement? Which means that when it goes backwards, it's the opposite. Oh, fuck. Does the same thing happen to roll? Like if we're going like this. Right. That's fine, but then when we go this way, it's like, oh, okay, I've figured out a thing. So what? So it's when our movement is going like one way. Sorry, what was that one again? Absolute velocity, target velocity. Oh no, wait, our target velocity is straight. Oh, fuggles. Okay, oh, well then... Does it need to be relative to our stride, like our intended movement? Alright, let's see now if it... See, they're going along the ground, fine. And when we do that, now they're fine again. Yeah. Yeah, because it should be relative to the movement of the feet. Yeah, okay, that's better now. Much more stable. Because, yeah. Oh, wait, no, hold on. What was that? Oh, no, that was right. That was just because we were on a dicky angle. Yeah, no, it just looked like it was wrong. Okay, cool. You're saying I should let the RT smoothly with the character, and when the character has moved a certain distance, sample the grid to that place, then begin level again? No, so most of the time, let's say your character, let's say this is the, this is your grid. So this is your render target here. And this is your character here. What you want to do is whenever your character crosses over, you know, this pixel boundary in world space, you want to move the, like in the, I guess, probably in a material parameter collection, like the render target's location in world space, so where you want things to sample it, you want to move it over, you know, 40 units or however big your pixels are. And then in the Niagara system, you want to move it 1 pixel to the, you know, the opposite direction. Like most of the time, you don't want to be doing anything. And then on certain frames, it's like, oh, yep, we moved over by a pixel. So then we change the thing. And then if you move back, it's like, well, yep, we moved back. All right, there's a very important bug that we fixed. Now we can turn off this guy. What is it, lady cat? Huh? What is it? Alright, so if we go forward, well... So we should get less, like, bumping. Now we want to turn this back to an actual thinger. No, stop moving. The target velocities, well, you know, I think we're leaning him forward, aren't we? Yeah, very slightly. Okay, so we should spawn, and why are you not stabilizing? That would be because we turned off stabilizing. Remember? Remember when we turned off stabilizing? Yeah, I remember. Whomember, I remember. Characters move 1 cell in world space. I move the grid there, but I get very choppy jitter when I'm running a thing over that many units. It might be that, like, I can remember having to use, like, the previous, like, calculate the current position, but use the previous frame's position into the material parameter collection because of, like, the order. Depending on when the Niagara thing gets done, whether it gets done before the frame renders or it's like a frame behind or something. So yeah, you might have to use the previous frame's position for the material parameter collection location, like the sample location. Yeah, that might be it. Because that was something that I ran into. Okay, so let's examine what's happening to our guy. Why does he fall over? So he goes forward. And yeah, I should probably turn this down over like a bigger. Hey, Gingu. Oh, you're so nice. What is it? What is it, my lady, huh? My lady? Tips hat? Put your butt away, please. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Aren't you good? And there's a cat here. You can't see her. Move you over. Cushion's gonna fall over. What a funny cat. Back to work. Okay, so let's go. So we're like, oh, yeah, we're moving. And then we die. So what's going wrong? Well, we probably need more juice. Juice it up. Let's get this striding. And you know what? Let's make our steps smaller. Just so like we've got a more kind of consistent point of contact with the ground. So what's happening here? So we're trying to go this way currently, and it goes off to the side. I don't know why. The movement facing roll. Okay, that time it didn't. But, what if I go slower? It's just, no, not as happy. It seems like it speeds up. Like it has too much overshoot. I think we need more dampening. Because like that's good here, right? Because we go and then we fall on our face while we're trying to move forward. And then eventually our target lean should be 0 once we've like gotten up to speed. Although, yeah, we're getting some... It's like the initial liftoff of the foot is causing some twerking. Which would be... this guy. You know what, let's just do map range. Map. What the fuck's it called? Map range clamped. You can die. So current stride movement speed. We don't want to like move our shit until we're like that. And then this is make leg go up less if step smaller than reference. Make step go up less. So at 0, 0, at 10, 1. Interesting. Where was that in? Determine appendage targets. so then we probably just need more fast. If we say like double the acceleration, not even taking that into account, then let's go forward. No, you're just gonna fucking go that way. Go this way. Current lean, target lean. That should be telling him to go backwards to then go forwards, right? I mean, look, he hasn't fallen over yet. I mean, this is the longest that it's stayed upright. He's just vibing. Oh, fuck. He's gonna do it. Don't do it, brother. It's not worth it. No! Boing. Oh, he's still going. And now he's dead. There is one thing, right? That it'll go for... How am I gonna, like... Basically, I need to know if the stride velocity... like, going like this is fine. If it's going in circles, works absolutely fine. You know, like strafing around in a circle. But if we're going forward, and then we, like, stop and it crosses over that midpoint, what will happen is that the stride will instantaneously flip like that, and we'll just eat shit. So we need to know, like, if the... I guess it's the acceleration... No, not the acceleration. If the velocity crosses over the 0 point, or, like, close enough to the 0 point, we need to flip the stride. We need to invert the stride progress. So that, like, if our feet are like this, and then we want to go backwards, they'll start from here, but the opposite. You know, because, like, if we're going forward, and then we want to go backward, we don't want to go and then do that. Because it'll twist us, and we'll get fucked. And so, no, I just ended up, and this is temporary, I still want to figure out a better way to do it, but I've just made them all physics bodies and set them to ignore physics bodies for now, just while we're on flat kinematic ground. Yeah. Also, let's just see what happens if I make the feet not silly. Also, is this going to 20 the same as that being this thing? It is. Yeah. Or would it have to be that and the damping doubled? Yeah, that seems more like it. I just made them ignore every other physics body, basically. Which isn't going to work long term. Unless I... well, yeah. I do want the feet to be able to collide with other characters' feet. And other characters' capsules and all that. But look, he's walking. He's walking here. I'm walking here. I was thinking, right? Well, okay, for one... I don't think he fucking cares at all about our lean. Right, no, he can't care about the lean because... Well, no, no, the target... He just wants to go straight up. we could do the target lean vector. Well, if we did this, this will... No, he'll over... Well, actually, no. If he does that, he'll walk backwards and then walk forwards. So we could actually... Because, okay. If we look at it, lean vector here, current lean. If the target lean goes this way, it means that he needs to correct himself by... Or he needs to reach that target lean by walking backwards, essentially. So maybe let's chuck in a way smaller of this. Because, yeah, we need to be able to adjust our lean based on just the movement of our feet as well, not just reaching upright. You know? I mean, look, I'm moving in a desired direction. Very interesting. Oh, and then we also need to factor in... I've done this in the ball bot as well. Factor in the actual target velocity into something else. But yeah, like he wants to lean this way so that we can get more shit. We could also, I think I was damping this down a shit ton. Now he's like, oh yeah, let's fucking go, but that's probably too much. Well, honestly, if this was a bit fatter, and if that was a bit less fat. Let's see how fast we can go. Oh yeah, we're going pretty good. Come on, you can do it. No. Maybe that's a bit too crazy. There's also the matter of... fuck, where was I doing it? Down here somewhere. Stabilization. Although that... I mean, it'll get done on the next frame anyway, so it's probably fine with a single frame delay. But maybe we need more of that. It's like, you know, what's 4 degrees between mates, you know? Yeah, see, he kind of... Yeah, no, okay. So, yeah, we definitely do need to factor in the target lean into the walking of the character. Like, because if we're moving and then we want to turn that way, what we do with our feet is we kind of step to the side a tiny bit. Or something. I don't know. I'm just making shit up as we go along. Because, I mean, like, the ankle stabilization is really just there for... We also... We probably also want to create a dead zone. For this. Like, only when... Well, no, just for this in general. Only if, like, the lean, the up vector... Oh, no, the length doesn't fucking exist. Well, if we did that, then it can have a length. And then we can say, okay, when the X and Y is past... Is a... That's 0 to 1, whereas a dot would be 1 to 0, so... This is probably fine. When the length greater than... Well... Okay, no, let's just do this. And give it a sum divisor. And clamp it. Actually, no, you know what? We'll map range. So from 0 to like 0.2. Actually, no, from 0 to 1. 0.1 to 0. Fucking something. I don't know. I don't know how big a 0.1 dead zone would be. We want to go from 0 to 1. And then we multiply this guy by that guy. So that we don't... well, no, because... Because, like, we don't want to start moving until, like, you know, until we're off our fulcrum, right? Otherwise, like, there's no point in, like, leaning. You know? Let's go even smaller steps. Or bigger steps? I don't know. Maybe normal size steps. Okay, with a higher derivative, it's a bit better. Like, it's more stable-ish. I also think factor less of that in. Look at him fucking go. I think one thing that it's struggling with is, see how, like, when we're moving, right? We're moving, we're fucking trying to lean forward. See how this is kind of like vushing all over the place, right? The stride velocity, we get this big oscillation. Is that because we are continuing to stabilize past a certain speed? it just happens. Is it because we're not doing it? We keep the stabilization on. Because then it will... No, then we get jumping. Because our feet are just, like, not flat against the ground. I think 0.01 is good. Maybe 0.1, unless that's too much. Yeah, but we get this, like, kind of funny steppage, you know? That is too... Well, no, because that's just the... That's just this. Drunk Donald Duck vibe, yeah. Yep, I feel that. That's 0.1. Yeah, it's like we need to let it catch up first. What if there was zero derivative on this? Like it's just pure momentum. Because that's when it's gonna start doing like... We're gonna like go fast and then it's gonna speed up too much and then we're gonna fall back the other way. Although I guess the derivative probably actually does that as well. What if it's only derivative? That will purely stabilize, but nothing else. I don't know, bruh. Shit's tough. Yeah, he got too fast. 20, 10. I don't think we need... Well, okay, we could also do... I mean, I kind of want to avoid using the integral section for as long as we can. There is one other thing I can do, right? And that's cheat. By adding extra torque. What's the correct way? Well, actually, no, that's not even... Oh, you know, that's this bit. Add more. So, yeah, correct. Like, this will, like, force him into the target lean using, like, forces. Which essentially means, like, he can't fucking fall over. And it is just a torque force, so like I'm not opposed to it as much. Maybe I'll chuck that as an Excel change. And now that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna like, whoo, sheesh. Okay, maybe not that one. That should be like not that number. God, even that's still too Alright, what about 10? That's in degrees as well, so yeah, that should be fine. And then is it this one that's fucking it up? Okay, so this should have it like hard locked to the red value, kind of. Not really, but you know. Maybe we'll go even higher, see if it just like is gigafucked. Okay, now it's too high. So maybe not an order of magnitude higher. We'll just go like 5 times higher. Oh yeah, you can see it like, it looks like he's, yeah, being pulled like a what's it called? Like a puppet. So yeah, we can go like this, and then the thing is that, yeah, we never reach the target lean because we never reach the desired velocity. And yeah, the stride velocity's a bit bumpy, but oh, that person down there. Hello. Ideally, we wouldn't need this kind of like cheating stabilization force. That's what I want to avoid. I want that to be as low as possible without it being like just stupid fucked up. So I think our stride acceleration, I mean, it's very stuttery. I guess because we're constantly like we're jiggling, right? There's too much jerk. So this is where maybe we need like a fourth order derivative, smoother PID. Where's the knees? You know what, Dev? Rain? That's a great point. Because I've set... Actually, that's a really good fucking point. I remember setting the strength of the legs, because the knees, instead of having knees, you know, like this, it's just a piston. You know? We've evolved. We've evolved beyond knees. However, it did set the strength to be giga high, which means that, yeah, there's gonna, yeah, like, we need suspension. That's something I just hadn't thought of until now. So if we said like, oh yeah, the linear drive is only 1,000, then... See, now he's really squishy. Okay, a bit too squishy. What was that? Was that 10,000 before? Try this one. Okay, it's still a little bit, you know. Probably humans need they compensate for the compression force on the feet when they lean off the center of balance. Well, yeah, I mean, look, this works. I mean, we're doing something. Yeah, Jed, look, he do be walking. He's seriously walking. Serious walking vibes. Oh. I'm not sure if the extra strength is helping or hindering. What if it was like 20,000 strength? Is that gonna make it like too... We might need to manually have like I mean, we need a manual suspension system anyway, so that our character isn't like always like doing this. And like when they land, we don't want them to immediately whoosh back up in the air. We need it to like slowly dissipate the force. How many P-flops are you doing with this whole walking simulation? I can go through the outline of it. So, first we get the target... The whole thing is driven from a target velocity, which is just sent from the character controller. Target movement vector XY. Then we calculate the center of gravity, which is just get all the physics objects, get their mass, get their location multiplied by their mass, get the total vector, or the total center of mass vectors, and the total mass, and then divide it to get the average position, the average weighted position. And then we also calculate the velocity and the new center of gravity and the fucking whatever. So just some like little vector maths. Then we do the what was this one called again? Stride slope calculations. So this is just, and there's probably a way more efficient way to do this, but this gives me the numbers that I need. So I'm not gonna complain for now. Once, if I ever find like a mathematician person, you know, but this basically just says, what is the, let me just tether the character down. It's just saying what is the slope of the character. So like, what's their role, their role relative to their facing direction, and then also the role relative to their movement direction, and then also the pitch for those two as well. And then also the terrain. So like, you know, like if the terrain is sloped, we want our feet to be moving like this. Or if it's like back this way, the feet should be, well, let me do this way. Basically, the feet should always be moving along the ground, like, flat. So yeah, that gives us all of the slopes of the ground and also the character. Because when the character is facing forward, or like, you know, leaning forward, we need their feet to be going flat against the ground, like that. Or like back this way. Is he ever gonna go back that way? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's the slope stuff. Then the actual balancing happens, which is a bit of a fuckfest at the moment. But essentially, it's like, here's the target velocity, here's our current velocity. So what's the difference between target velocity and the current velocity? Well, that's our desired acceleration. Because like, I want to be moving this fast, but I'm not moving that fast. So what do I need to do? I need to start moving that fast. So we're using PID controllers, or just PD for most of it. Which is essentially just like a smart lerp, like a smart interpolator. It's essentially like an interp with damping. It makes it smooth and not overshoot. Because, you know, if we wanted to be here, and if we're here, and we want to be here, and it's like, okay, yeah, add 400, you know, velocity. It's like, okay, cool. And then it's like, oh yeah, you're here, okay, add 200 velocity. It's like, oh yeah, fuck, now we're going like 600, But then by the time we reach that point, it's like we're already going super fast. So that's where the D in the PID comes in. Because it's like, oh shit, like, we're getting closer, like, better fucking start slowing down. Oh shit, we're getting real close, better start fucking slowing down. Yeah. So basically, a smart thing to give us an acceleration, then that acceleration just gets turned into a lean, like leaning back and forth. So if I do this, it's like the target lean is, well, it thinks it's like a million degrees that way, whatever. And then we turn that lean vector into a torque, desired torque vector. Something smells good. Yeah, I'm double catted. Bring it in. What do you mean open a can? Yeah, what? You're using the can opener? Does it not work? You can use a knife. You can use a knife to just stab it open. This isn't even like a masculine task.
I know, but this can opener is dumb.
Don't diss the can opener.
Well, it's more like the ring fell out and then I tried.
I don't know. You might just have to knife it.
I'm not like.
Why not?
I don't like kill myself. I already still sold.
Alright, well, I'll give me one second. I was explaining something. Yes. Alright, so the target lean and the current lean gives us a desired torque to reach that lean. And then to reach that target lean, we need to move the feet of the character to, like, you know, or like this. Like if we do it back, it's like, whoa, we go back. But we don't want to overshoot and go back and fall over. So that's what this is about. Which you can see if I'm planted, if I say 0 movement speed all the time, and I disable this guy, the harness. Is the game good? What game? What are you talking about? There's no game here. Okay, that's way too fast now. Oh no, that's because we're doing the... Okay, yeah. Hold on, let me disable the cheating. We also had some cheating going on. Which was in here, and it was over here. And it was this guy. Okay. So now if we hit play. Oh, why is that so bouncy? Well, anyway, we can... Wait, it's way too fucking fast. Hold on. Something's going on here. Something that I didn't... is it because I put that up? That could be it. Oh no, I made the feet smaller. It still is way too fast though. Maybe I put the derivative up too high as well. Okay, that was a bit better. So yeah, basically we can, you know, it'll balance itself. Again, this is using no cheating forces. We can balance ourselves in position using just our feet. And then obviously at some point after, we have to move our feet in order to balance ourselves. Same as like if you're a human person. So we can control the lean to get ourselves starting to move. And then basically, in order to correct the lean, we then say, okay, based on the lean, based on the current lean, we want to be straight. And so then, in order to correct that, we need to move our feet in a circle, which is, we determine a velocity and blah, 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 set some shit. And then the real fucked up stuff is in here, here, where we determine the targets of the appendages, which is essentially we look at an animation and we just kind of copy, we make a curve out of the movement of the feet. And then we essentially just scrub through that animation based on, you know, the step length, the speed we want to be going, and how long the legs of the character are. And then this is all just like some tweaking, so that like if we're moving slower, then our feet don't move up and down as much. And we also, this is where we like change the length of the legs and the rotation of the feet to like stay on the terrain. Don't let foot in anus. We also don't want a leg to get longer than its maximum length, because that would be dumb. This is that extra balance stuff. So then, essentially, we spit out a target transform. And then we actually move the motors to those positions. And that's it. That's the whole thing. Pretty simple. And then, you know, we have moving character that can, like... I mean, it looks dumb as fuck, but... B, don't let foot in rear cavity equal to... Yeah, exactly. What is it, laddie? What's wrong? What is it? But yeah, I mean, look, with no external stabilizing forces, it doesn't eat shit straight away, you know? And this should work on a slope, actually. Let's try it on a slope. Like, it shouldn't care whether it's, like, on a... Shouldn't care too much. Yeah, I mean, it works on a slope. Relatively good. It might not friction as well. Oh. Let's like try it like this way. Yeah, so he does stabilize like on a slope. Or like can stabilize on a slope. Yeah, so there is no, there's no procedural foot placement either. Like, it's all kind of predetermined locations based on, like, you know... Make a fighting game with this? Look, honestly, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm making, like, a serious game with it. But, like... You know, like, once it's tuned perfectly, and it's just like, it just works, then we can intentionally make it more fucked up. For like when characters get hit in the head, or they get drunk, or they've been blinded by sand, or, I don't know, they're zombies or something, and stride length should be longer. The stride length of the unit is equal to their leg length, so half of that amount is generally considered for. Yes, that is true. But for stability's sake, I mean, I can set it to be... Oh, I've got it set... Oh, you know what? Let's go at 200. Actually, at 150. At 150, we go to 80 units, which is, yeah, pretty much the leg length. The only thing is that, yeah, at a larger length, we start to get this, yeah, this kind of oscillating, you know? Roger, hello. Quick question. If I only want double precision for Unreal 5, which version do you recommend is the most stable version? I don't know. I use 5.5, and I only get crashes when I'm doing, like, stupid physics stuff. But, I mean, I usually, if I'm not being lazy, go for the latest engine version. But, yeah, it depends. We could, if I add the fake stabilization back, a bit of the little extra, then maybe it would be fine. Yeah. I think it just needs to be, well, yeah, see, that's the one thing. One thing I was thinking about, which might help, but it might not. Oh, no, it probably would. Is to... Currently, the stride point... you could see it before when we were, like, going backwards. The feet kind of... Well, no, I guess that's just because we're leaning too much. Once we're at velocity, we'll be up straight anyway. So maybe this is fine. Oh, look, he landed. No, he did. Yeah, so we need some kind of suspension system so that we stop oscillating so much. It could also be to do with the stride itself. And we're also... one other thing is... We're taking... We're not actually... Like, when we've got a foot on the ground and one off the ground... Yeah, that's some fucking swag. Oh, now we're, like, skipping. Hell yeah. Fuck, maybe I should get, like, the character... The character in here sooner, so that we can kind of see some fucked up shit happening. But... Yeah, so we need a bit of active suspension to stop that happening, but I think also... Because we're currently just trying to keep the capsule facing up. But what happens is... When we've got one foot on the ground... Yeah, I don't know. Like our like stability vector is from the center of our fulcrum, which if we have 2 feet on the ground is the center of them, up through our center of gravity, our gravy center. But if we have 1 foot off the ground, then that vector goes like this way. So maybe if we were using that, it would self-correct to some degree. I don't know. There's an ad playing, an ad about to play, so I'm going to go open this can and then I'll be back. Alright, we're back, we're back. Center of balance is the point between the feet that you're talking about, separate from the center of mass. Center of balance is where the body pivots in space, based on the lean of the body. Center of mass goes with the blend of it. Yeah, but I mean like, the center of balance is, yeah, where the body pivots in space, because we've got 2 feet, so it's in between there. But if we lift 1 foot up, then all of a sudden our entire point of balance is in that foot. You know, we're pivoting around that foot all of a sudden. And so I wonder if, because I'm just kind of raw dogging a center of balance to be, well, out the arse of the character, like this line here, this little red one at the back. Yeah, I fucking love this dance. It's like, well, you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man, no time to talk. And music loud and women walking, get around inside. Just need some of these ones. You know? But yeah, I wonder what would happen if we were constantly transferring the thing. I mean, look, it's crazy that this works so far. The other thing I was thinking, right? Also, I don't know if compression on the knees is super necessary, because we constantly adjust the trajectory of the foot to be flat with the terrain. Even though it doesn't do that, a hand on a ball would. Well, yeah. If we were a quadruped, then yeah, it would be between all 4 limbs. Which a human is a quadruped when they're like this, you know? Which is, that's a whole other thing that we will do. It is important that it has hands as well. But the hands will only activate when they need to be activated, like climbing or whatever. What's the multicles and see what happens? I mean, look, you know what? Let's, we can't do physics objects yet, because I haven't been able to disable the collision between the character and the other stuff, but we could do, like, some slopes. And, like, maybe a tiny little bump or something, like this. But this is a whole other thing that needs to be factored in, is, once we're on the slope, it should be fine, but it's like the transitional between it, because currently we're just getting our slope from, you have now his entire lift should be limited by the length of the 2 segments on the leg side is making the lift bases of the body. Yeah, but the legs, we're not just like doing this with our legs. They can contract and extend like pistons. So we're essentially simplifying the knee with a piston instead of an extra joint. So, like, it isn't 100% correct, but it should emulate, yeah, compression. Because, like, yeah, I can say... do I have a crouch offset that's plugged in? Appendage targets. I swear I put in a crouch offset. Appendage crouch offset. 30. So we're going to be small. Now we are small. No, that's... Now we're tall. Now we're tall, and it just, like, it takes it into account. And let's do minus 30. Now we're, like, giga small. So now our steps are going to be shorter. Why is he not... He's not very happy, is he? I mean, look, he's stable, but not that stable. He's funny. If we don't have too much, they don't calculate the pivot point of the knee, which changes the gait and the path of the foot through the motion cycle. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying. Let's see how far up you can go. But yeah, so currently with the slopes and stuff, we're just determining it based on it's just based on this trace and getting the normal from the ground, which isn't what we ideally want to do, because what we want to do is look ahead based on our stride distance. And, like, you know, if there was, like, a slope like this, we would want to... Like, this line here... When we're, like, here in the middle of it, we'd essentially want to, like, bridge the kind of gap between it. So we kind of want to, like, manually... And then... So that would be the overall up and downedness of the feet. But then the feet... Sorry, of the legs. But then the feet need to be individually rotated to their surface. So, like, if we step on a rock, then this foot should, you know, be on the rock or whatever. Let's see if he can get up. Yeah, he can get up fine. He's oh, fuck. No, not fast enough, brother. And then IK from... Yeah. Yeah, for the mesh. Well, the mesh will... Because we have a stride cycle value, like we know where, you know, in a pair of steps we are, from 0 to 1, we can use that to scrub through the animation, which means that the hands will match the thing. So we can just be like, oh yeah, we've got like walk 150, or whatever we've extracted the stride from. And then we can scrub through it based on the stride cycle. And we can do that with a blend space as well, because we know whether we're going, like, you know, relative to where we're facing, so we're always facing this way, but then we can strafe right and play that animation. So the feet will, like, mostly be in the right positions, and then we use IK to the physical feet to, like, to nail it down. Scaling mesh, yeah, scaling mesh is just fake physical, fake visual thing. But we also want it to, like, represent do you know what I mean? Having hands will definitely help with spasming the character when it falls over people usually more than their legs when they try to get up from prone. Yeah. 100%. And I mean, look, there are instances where, like, it might be too hard to get the character up or whatever. And then we can just turn this off. Play the get up animation, you know, like we normally would from a ragdoll. And then just reset, you know, back to the idle position, and then we're good to go. Oh, you know what we haven't tested yet? Well, actually, it's probably not the best time to test it, but just going up a step. Right? This is where the ball bot fell apart. Although this won't... Okay, this... Well, that was something. Let's go this way, and then go up, and then can you... No, he's... Oh, well, look. Okay. He made it eventually, but... You get what I mean? Obviously, when we're looking ahead and getting the normals from that, then it will be easier. Oh, God. Oh, no, brother. And yeah, we also need to be able to reverse the, or invert the stride. See, look, we got up a step. We got up a step. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Rain. I mean, you can do, like, a lot of people will do, Can I get, like, the physics asset? Does this have a physics asset? Where's the phys ass? No, that's the skeleton. What's the physics asset? Here. So we do have, like, a physics asset, which, like, for ragdolling and stuff, has constraints set up and everything. And what you can do is just be like, here's the animations things. Here's all the rotations in the animations. Use these motors to match those positions. But 99% of the time, you need to essentially, like, lock... You know, like, those VR walking... like, omnidirectional walking treadmills, but they've got, like, that little harness that your pelvis goes in, so you can't fall over. It's literally that. That's what standard physical animation is. It's just like, you know, your average... kinematic character movement with a scaly mesh simulated over the top of it, but it's not actually causing the movement, you know. Ninja don't hurt. Yeah, true. I mean, look, there'll be lots of different get-up animations. I wonder how, let me try something. I wonder how this goes on, like, a low friction surface. Because in theory it should move its feet really fast to try and, like, oh, it's got ice test, and then there's a fizz asset called ice. Fizz ice, maybe, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at him go, look at him go! Yeah! 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 Hell yeah. The 3 extra bones coming off the waist, hips, and knees. Those ones are for jiggles. These ones are for pants. Or, no, skirt, I guess. I use them for, like, baggy pants as well. And then these are for... Well, okay. These ones are for, like, baggy pants, skirts, etc. These ones coming off the knees, I did use for, like, robes and dresses. Can I click on it? But I'm thinking I might rename them to just, like, a pants calves jiggle bone. And then for dresses and robes, do an extension of the skirt one. Like, down. Like that. And then the ones around here are just for belt jiggle. Just because all of the characters get merged into one mesh. Like, we don't attach... Well, except for, like, weapons and some items. We don't attach static meshes to them. We, you know, put them on the character itself. And then, yeah, there's also jiggles here for the Briasts. And then we have a hair cage. So this is just like for general hairstyles. So like every hairstyle gets weighted to the same like cage of bones, bone cage. And then we can apply jiggle physics from there. So we don't mess around with like actual hair physics, because that sucks. Bones are a lot easier to control, like with like weighting them and simulating them and whatnot. Although that isn't a physics simulation, that gets done in the AnimBP using just like a, you know, it's just a maths-based jiggler. It doesn't actually collide with stuff. Alright, I want to test something. Wait, what the fuck? Alright, that wasn't what I wanted to test. Wow, that's so fucking cursed. No, I wanted to test this way. Using nerves and repulsive capsule bounds. Nerves, repulsive. Ah, right. Yeah, I just like doing it, if you've got a... you know, I can probably just get, like, I don't know, pants or... I don't know. Basically, like, if you've got a leg... Let's say you've got pants that you want, like baggy pants, you want them to jiggle. I just do, like, yeah, a bone coming from it. And you can give it, like, a boundary so that it can't rotate back, because that would push the verts into the skin of the character, you know? Because I don't cull anything beneath the clothes, because the clothes can get torn to shreds, and so they have, like, holes in them, so you need to be able to see the skin under. As long as you limit it to a plane, so that the bone can't rotate back into the foot, it can only ever, like, inflate the pants, or, like, kind of swing side to side. So it's, like, rare to get clipping, especially when, like, even if you've got layered clothing, as long as they're all weighted equally, then it just works out. Alright, I wanted to do this. Yeah, we're long boy. Yo, I'm so long. Hold on, let's go bigger. Oh, see, okay. Like, look, emergent gameplay, right? You ready? It's a festival. It's the yearly festival, and there's like fucking stilt people. And you can, like, knock them over and shit, and it's funny as, you know? How high can that go, actually, before it starts to eat shit? Nice, nice. The village. Look at that. See, look at this fucking dance. Look at him go. And he's got suspension. 6 suspension. Alright, well now we're fine. Yeah, when are you guys gonna do characters on stilt simulations? You know, like get on my fucking level, you know? When are you gonna do characters on stilts on ice simulations? This is so fucking dumb. It's quite funny. Alright, normal character now. Yeah, see how it, like, it's still... Because it's PID controlled, it looks like... I mean, because it's actually using the friction of the feet, you know? It's like if we already have momentum when we get onto the ice, then it's like kind of fine for a bit. I mean, I still have to kind of manually balance to some degree. Yeah. How am I going to do ice skating, though? Because you can't really do... I guess you'd have to simulate the, like, directional friction. Because, like, ice skates work because, like, you essentially eliminate friction in one axis but not the other, so you can turn, you know, sideways momentum gets turned into forward momentum, or kind of diagonal momentum turns into forward. So we could actually simulate ice skating. Why can't he go that way? I guess, yeah, once we're... Oh, he's dying to it. Don't do it. Okay, yeah, no, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. He's going good, he's going... Can we make it over this? Probably not. Oh, okay, we just jumped over it. There isn't even a jump mechanic yet. Can we get up the... No, come on, you can do it. You can do it. There we go, get up the fucking steps. Yes, yes. Oh, no. Can we can recover. We can... No. Okay, no, we definitely won't recover. This is so dumb. Oh, wait, okay, we can maybe... The jump is baked right into the crust. Yeah. I mean, look, I reckon we might call it there for tonight. We'll leave it in a decent space. What happens if 500 tall? Oh, okay, that's not high up enough. Okay, now we just have to... Oh, that's a... Maybe we should be basing the... Rather than the lean... Let me make a note of that. Hold on. Instead of basing it on the lean of the character... Well, we still factor that in to some degree, but can't fucking comment. Comment C. Is it C to? The fuck? Do the save all. Beat base. C. Okay. To do. Base. Target stride. On XY distance from fulcrum or anus vector to center of gravy accounts for height, etc., and is linear. Because, yeah, we don't really want to be turning an arbitrary angle into a linear... Well, we kind of do, but kind of don't. But I think this is what I did... Because for those of you, maybe you've been here before, but we did this before with a ball. And I feel like maybe that's what I did here, was I got the ball contact point to the center of gravy and used that to determine how much, like how fast this needs to be going to like correct the angle of the capsule, you know? Also, we should do jumping as well, because it's always funny. I throw you off. Ooh, you balance. Not for long. But yeah, like I told you guys, like, hey, we're gonna get it to work, and like, and we eventually got it working, and it was cool. Very cool. Very cool. K and West Pepper. His arms jumping more than you think. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, like when it comes to actually putting your center of gravity out even further. I mean, we can just do that with the animation, though. I don't know. We have to simulate that with the limbs. I mean, we essentially bake the... This is what I will be doing, right? Is when we activate the hands, the physical hands, and probably the physical, whatever these are called, we're going to subtract that mass from the capsule. Like, from the player capsule weight. And then add it back in when it, you know, when it thingamajigs. Ooh. Wow, look at these ancient ruins, bro. Yeah, sick bowl. Sick skating bowl. Yeah, anyway, I have faith. I have faith. I think this will... There's a few little bits to, like, iron out. So, Crafted, thanks for petting the cat. That was an hour ago. Whoops. But yeah, I think we'll call it there. We'll end nice and early. We'll end on a high note after a short 4-hour stream. But I will stream again tomorrow if I'm not too tired from sanding. More sanding. Loves a bit of sanding. Does anyone have any friends that they would like to raid that do Unreal Engine? I'm looking. It seems like no one's narrated. Sean last. No. Judson is Unity. I mean, look, we'll take Unity. Oh, there's a French. Unreal. Oh, keep looking. Oh, good, Roger. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we raided Shawnee last night, so I wanna give someone else some love. Simple GameDev has a cat VTuber model, like an actual cat, not like a cat girl. Now, yeah, it looks like none of our Unreals are on. Well, I mean, we could go Judson. Oh my god, I'm sick of ads. Why do ads exist? Whose idea was it to, like, advertise, you know? Alright, yeah, we'll go Judson. We will go Judson. Let's see. Creator dashboard. Stream managerial. Raid. Start the raid. And in 3 seconds, we're done. Alright, well, there's a cat there. What are you looking at? Eh? What is it? Brown? What? What is it? Poppin'? Big jump? Well, you can't make it from there. Hello? You funny girl. Smoocher butcher? No, I don't want your butt. I want your face. Oh, you're so funny. Oh, you're such a funny girl. Huh? Aren't you funny? You big funny girl. Such a funny. Alright, thanks everyone for watching, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye. And to all the YouTubes, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye. Lady cat says goodbye. Goodbye.